Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the meeting, opening the meeting for the 10th of May. I'll firstly open the meeting, and I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians on the land in which we meet today, the Darumbal people, and pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. I extend that respect to our neighbouring Aboriginal peoples within our local government area, the Gungaloo Nation people, the Barada, Kabalbara and Yetamarala people. I also extend that acknowledgement to the Torres Strait Islanders people whose lands are in the Torres Straits but who live and work in Aboriginal land. Councillors, firstly we'd open prayer and we'll ask Pastor Mark Chamberlain to step to the podium, please.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the privilege to be able to open council in prayer. Thank you very much, councillors. Let us pray. Just bow our heads, please. Gracious and eternal Father, Heavenly God, we seek your hand, Lord, upon our lives and upon, Lord, the city, over the council. Lord, that your providence would prevail. We would seek, Lord, your great hand to provide for us, Lord, to guide us and to lead us. Lord, we pray for the councillors and their homes and families. We pray for them, Lord, for your wisdom and your counsel and your guidance. We pray, Lord, for your protection and your blessing, the full intent of God's purpose and plan, Lord, upon their lives. Lord, we actually remember the city. Lord, we remember the region. And we thank you for this rain, Lord, the blessing that falls upon it. Lord, we pray, Lord, for things like commerce. We pray for the arts. We pray for all of the things that make up, Lord, the components of our city. And we seek your hand and your blessing upon each and every one. We seek for you to prosper families, Lord, to grow our families. And we seek, Lord, for you to watch over us. And in so, Lord, we just thank you for, Lord, your blessings that abound. And we would ask this in your precious and most holy name, the name of Jesus, for your name's sake. Amen. Amen.
Thanks, Pastor Chamberlain. Thank you. Thanks, councillors. We'll go on to apologies and leaves of absence. We have an apology from Councillor Sri Rutherford, be granted for today's meeting for the 10th. I'm happy to move as recommended, and Councillor Smith seconded. We'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillor Kirkland's 10 minutes late, but she's on her way. Council, we'll move on to confirmation of the previous minutes from the ordinary meeting on the 26th of April 2020. Have we got a mover and a second with regards to that? Move Councillor Wickerson, seconded Councillor Smith. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And that the recommendation from the special council meeting on the 3rd of May 2022 be confirmed. I'm happy to move. Seek a seconder. Councillor Smith. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, moving on to declarations of interest in matters on the agenda. We haven't had any to report. And councillors, if they're... Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and apologies through CADA staff that I didn't give you forward notice of this. Item 10.1, Mr Mayor, Development Incentive Concession. Griffin Builders, the owners of that business, contributed to my election campaign in 2016. And I've also done work in the capacity of a consultant many years ago, but still relevant today. So when that item comes up, I'll excuse myself from the meeting.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Wickerson. We'll note that, and you don't wish to say you'll leave the meeting for the debate. Thank you. We'll just catch that up on the agenda. Okay.
Mr Mayor,
Councillor Smith.
I think that the Mount Morgan Water is mentioned somewhere in the operational report. I'm not quite sure. We're just accepting the report. I think it's
Mr Mayor, if I could, if there's any specific discussion around that
Yeah,
Mount Morgan
okay.
water, I think then make the call there,
Yes.
Councillor Smith.
At that time,
Thank you.
otherwise it's just in the public records.
I think that's the only place.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor, there be no further declarations, and like I say, if there's anything that comes up during the course of the meeting, please let us know. We can record that at that time. Councillors, the business outstanding nil, public forums deputations nil, presentations of petitions nil, councillor delegate reports nil. So we'll move straight into the officers' reports. 10.1, the development incentives concession. Are you leaving for that? So sorry, we should just check that it was 10.1, not 10.2 in the previous. Oh, it was right out. Okay, Councillor Wickerson is. Will leave the meeting while we deal with that item. Okay, we'll hand over to you. Thanks very much, Greg.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mayor, you both know Zach and Wade. I might, just for probity reason, I might ask Zach just to leave the room for this one as well,
Okay.
as a potential owner within that this development. So, just for purposes. So, happy Small Business Month, councillors. It's a busy month. It's definitely a busy week, but. Yeah, but Small Business Month, so I thought it was a good time for Advance Rockhampton to have a number of reports in council today and this month. So
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah. So this report, Griffin Builders, the loft apartments, you saw this last year. This report is really asking, as requested by Griffin Builders in the attached letter, asking just for an extension of the start date, which the previous report had them a requirement that they commence by the 31st of December 2021. They have now commenced. The end date has not changed. They still have to be complete by, I think it's the 27th of July 2023. Yeah, that's correct. So that part hasn't changed. It is literally them just looking for an extension of a start date, which happened in early March, late February, early March this year. So this report would give me authority, as per the policy, to go and negotiate. It does have a ceiling amount on there, which we'd previously negotiated. So today is really about just extending, considering the request for extension of that start date. And I suppose the promising part for us is that at least they have started. It's not just an ambit extension.
Okay, thanks very much, Greg. Councillors, questions to Greg on that report? Very self-explanatory, so if not, could I seek a mover in a second with regards to that one? Move Councillor Mathers, seconded Councillor Latcham. Put that, those in favour. Those opposed, motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Greg. We'll ask Councillor Wickerson and Zach back into the room. Thank you. We'll move straight into item 10.2, the sponsorship for the Fox Superflow MBT event. Thanks, Greg. If
Yeah, this is an exciting one. This extends on from our strategy from past years to get into the mountain biking game, and whether that be from a tourism visitation point of view or, again, that livability point of view. An ironic term here is these guys are called the Rocky Trail Group. They're not based in Rockhampton. It's just a coincidence they're called that. So this is to run an event in July up at First Turkey. This is a well-known crew. If you look at the number of visitors, I suppose you're not as impressed, but the coverage that we will get from the event, I believe, is well worthy of this sponsorship. And, continuing on that journey, it will also complement the Ride Rocky It's Rad campaign that has just commenced and will run through to August. So it's pretty self-explanatory from there.
Yeah, thanks very much, Greg. Again, another great event, and bringing people into town and putting Rocky on their radar. Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to say, Greg, thanks very much for this. It's great to see we're dipping our toes in. Like you said, the numbers mightn't look great on paper, but we've got to start somewhere with this. And mountain biking is one of the fastest growing sports in the country. So I think it's great. We've got a great facility here for it. So the more we do this, the more we'll get known. So yeah, I'm happy to support this.
Thanks very much, Councillor. And I think Zach would attest to the fact that we are getting good coverage out there. If you hang in these circles, you're probably seeing it, but I don't. It's not my thing. But Flow Mountain Biking, which is the largest publication, Zach, isn't it? Certainly we're getting our fair share of coverage in that. So this all forms part of that, I suppose, and gave us the ability to win event number 1 in Rockhampton. So.
Again, it's again paying return on the investment that Council and the mountain bike group have done over the previous years, seeing these events coming to town, and with the 2032 Olympics and mountain biking being part of that, it's another tool that we could use to encourage some participation as we lead into those games. So great way, and a great way to promote it is through these events. So yeah, well done, Councillor Fisher.
Yeah, look, our mountain bike riders group actually do a lot of work themselves too, and last weekend they actually did a maintenance run on the trails as well. So it's one group there that actually not only promote their sport, support their sport, but also they do all their work that's needed on the maintenance of their trails as well. And I think that's something there that probably we haven't acknowledged, but probably should acknowledge, because it's not a burden on the ratepayer as well. So
No.
they deserve support, but they're prepared to put their own hard work into seeing these events come as well. So thanks.
Correct, Councillor Fisher. That volunteerism, it's just as important. I've always said that, you know, we've got to have our own locals enjoying the assets, not just the visitors. So we have to have that dual role of offering those assets for locals, but as well as tourists.
Yeah, no, that's right. Being proactive and and getting the benefits from that, taking it forward, it all helps the region build the reputation. Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yeah, also to pass on my congratulations. We've got excellent facilities there. It's a case of you build it and they'll come, but we've got to give that a little bit of a nudge along as well. And Councillor Mather said the numbers aren't huge to start with, but you've got to get on the ground floor and get that foundation in. Through you, Mr Mayor, to Greg, can I just ask a bit more detail about the content creation? Like, I had in my mind that we would contribute that to get some stock footage and whatever, and then we could use that later. But there's two options there. I see. Can you give us a bit more detail?
I might invite Zach up, if that's okay, Mayor and Councillors. Zach's our content creation man on this tourism side. Do you want to come up here, Zach?
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Zach.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry, Councillor Wickerson, can you repeat that question?
Just a bit of detail around the content creation. There's two options there. One seems to cover digital video and so forth that hopefully we could get access to use or in our promotions, but one option doesn't seem to include the video package, if you like.
We're going with the video package option.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we'll have rights to use that?
Yeah, and this will build on the existing content that we've got from user-generated content from local riders, but also from Flow Mountain Bike when they were here about a year ago, so that we can create more and more digital assets to promote.
Okay, no, brilliant. Thank you very much.
Good day.
Thanks, Zach. Thanks, Councillor Wickerson. Councillor Fisher, you're happy to move as divisional councillor in that area. Could I seek a seconder? Councillor Smith, put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Greg, while you're on a roll, 10.3. Thank you.
This very similar to the previous report, councillors, yet again showcasing one of our key tourism and local assets. I mean, the Barramundi Highway, I love this term a lot more than net-free zones. The boys know that I'm always giving them a hard time for that term and trying to find something different. But the Barramundi Highway is a partnership between us and Mackay Regional Council. Again, plays on that collaboration side of things, but really is promoting Central Queensland, Mackay and Rockhampton as the place to come and fish for barramundi. So this concept will be equal partners in this with Mackay, and will continue to look at that sustainability to ensure that we have that long-term asset. It'll look at enabling some infrastructure around it, that shared voice and marketing as well. So it does make sense to have the sheer mass of both councils on this side, because there are others competing in this space, in the fishing space, recreational fishing space in general, but even the barramundi space up in the north. So, you know, weight in numbers with Mackay on this one.
Yeah, you're right, Greg, and the boost to the economy is untold too. We see a lot of anglers come into town, and it's whether they're staying in the hotels, motels, caravan parks, but also purchasing goods while they're here. So this type of promotion is one I'd like to thank Wade for his passion over the years, and I've matched that passion with trying to support that in the tourism space, and it's great to see the fruits of that work starting to pay off. So I think we've got a great asset there, and we'll continue to build on that in the years to come. But we've got a number of lights on, so I'll go through questions from the table. Councillor Kirkland, Councillor Smith and Councillor Wickerson. Thank you.
Mr Mayor. Probably not a question, more of a statement and a congratulatory statement as well. The Rockhampton Recreational Fishing Development Strategy is heralded around the region as being the template, and certainly well done Wade and everybody who's involved in that. And so as it's one of the key projects to deliver this, and collaboration of course with all of our local councils is the key to, I believe, our region's continuing growth in the economic space as much as every other area of council. So congratulations. I think it's a great initiative, and emphasising there that it's already within the budgetary plans for next year, so no extra dollars. That's a win as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirkland. Councillor Smith, then Councillor.
Similarly, Mr Mayor, I think this is wonderful. Even though I don't go fishing, I don't think I've hardly ever been fishing in my life. But I know people that go half around Australia to go fishing in good spots along the way. So we've got plenty of good spots around here. But I bet you can't catch a barramundi in the CBD in Mackay like you can in Rockhampton.
I think they'll challenge us on that one, but...
and I think we should get in with the beef and barra capital of Australia before they do.
It's the metre-long barramundi, Councillor, that you get the massive ones in the CBD here where you make it a barra, but it may not be the size that we have here. But no, I think it's a great reputation, and one that we're building on and continue to build on, and it's great if we can promote the net-free zones as we've done with the previous collaboration with our neighbours to the north. So I think it's really bearing the fruit from that work with removing those nets out of the systems, and what that can benefit. And we see that there's more work in that restocking area when with the high schools, and we're talking about our infrastructure with the fish passage on the barrage as well. So it all ties into a better outcome at the end of the day. And while we're out there promoting it and putting everyone's on their radar with fishing as well. So it's another reason to visit Rockhampton and stay.
And to be promoting all those smaller places along the way as well, like Ilbilby and those places.
That's right, they all benefit Clairview. There's all those other areas that you can fish along the way, and at St Lawrence there's a number of different locations, and that concept the report will come back, and we'll be able to promote that as it develops over that time. It's a great investment, and one that I think will pay off in spades. Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just some comments as well to... again, thanks Wade and team for putting the original report together, and just to note that Mackay, we shared that information with Mackay. They basically copied ours. So I think Cairns did too, Wade, but they probably wouldn't own up to that. They were a little bit, no, we'll do it ourselves, but they copied ours anyway. So the original is always the best, but great to be working together, because when we do have that common voice, when we're trying to lobby for things like to have a full annual season of fishing, not just the half and half that we do now. When you're trying to make a business out of that, you can't be stopping for 5 or 6 months of the year. So having a common voice will have more chance of getting that ran through and getting some success there. Also acknowledge your support of it, Mayor, but I think the last time that we fished together, I think we tied, for the...
Big donuts there.
So maybe we need to get Wade and Greg to give us some pointers. Yeah. And we'll drag Councillor Smith along too.
We need to bring the women involved into the fishing space as well.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillor. I think one final note from me, Mayor and Councillors, is that this is an important asset for us right now, but what this contribution, what this plan and strategy does is sustains it. This is about sustainability. This is still having it for our kids and their kids' kids, but for Rockhampton long time into the future, not just come and fish us out and see you later. It's a full strategy to ensure we sustain this as an industry.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Greg. Yeah, good point. Okay, look, I'm happy to move that we accept this report and seek a seconder. Councillor Wickerson, I'll put that. Those in favour? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks, Greg. You're on a roll. We'll keep going on with item 10.4, making water work program. And again, this is something there that progression of the Fitzroy Food Bowl planning. I think this is key and critical for our future growth and jobs into the region. So I'll hand over to you to present the report, and we'll take it from there. Thanks
very much, Mayor. And this report really is again, part of a much larger strategy. We've discussed in this chamber before how important agriculture and water are to Rockhampton's future. So this really is a component of this which I now work with Wade heavily on. 18 months ago I had no idea what making water work was, but Wade's convinced me it's a good thing. Some of this has actually also come about because of our work with Sunwater and the Rookwood Weir landholder grants, and has allowed us to probably really put our foot in the water, not just our toe in the water with this program. So making water work is a partnership between the CRCNA, don't ask me what that is, it's written down there, and DAF, Department of Agriculture and Fisheries, and Advance Rockhampton, all partners in this program. Page 2 of the report probably tells you some of the key items what we will develop as part of the Fitzroy Food Bowl in the future, and that is, it's about supply chains, it's about land use planning, it's about the strong water governance arrangements, and it's water and reef quality along the way. So, you know, there's some key items in this. The supply chain part for us, for Wade and I, and certainly for Rocky Regional Council, is working on those supply chains to ensure that we understand, both from a water perspective, how that then complements our agricultural development, and hence the reference several times to the Fitzroy Food Bowl, which again, I believe is probably one of our largest opportunities, and again, why we're focusing on agriculture and water. So I hope that makes sense, councillors.
Yeah, you're right, Greg, and I echo those comments, and I think we can see with the infrastructure that's going in on the river and the the benefits that's going to provide. I think this plan will help build on future investment into that corridor as well, and that's something there that we can see jobs and growth for our region going forward. And with climate change and droughts and alike, water is the key, and it'll unlock a lot of that potential for that corridor. So, Councillor, any questions with regards to that? It's very self-explanatory. I'm happy to move, and Councillor Kirkland second. I'll move. Councillor Kirkland would like to second, and I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Greg, and we look to getting an update on that progress of that report. Item 10.5, the Queensland Beef Corridors. Councillors, there is a request for financial contribution plus the GST for 1,472 on top of our original allocation for that Beef Roads corridor, and the benefits of that advocacy on providing better roads into the beef capital. So it's one that we're very supportive of. Greg, did you want to talk to the report, and then we'll go to some questions? Thank you.
Yes, Mayor. I won't labour too much time on this one. We did come to this chamber late last year for $12,000. This is literally just a request for an additional $1,472 to continue the advocacy work. I haven't done the ROI numbers on it, but with the announcements that have been made over the last few months, I think our ROI would be pretty high. So from that point of view, and I mean, just as per that previous report, food security, water security, energy security into the future will be key to successful regions. So, you know, we're focusing on all of those things. So, as I say, Mayor and Councillors, not a lot there that I can explain further.
No, but our reputation and working collaboratively with our neighbours is something there that really the benefits of that and starting to pay dividends as well, with recognition on other levels of government to support the push for those roads to be upgraded. So it's great work. Councillor Fisher, Deputy Mayor.
I've got to commend this, and Mr Mayor, your work within that committee. I just want to identify some of the roads that have been identified, and not the big ones that got all the media, but May Downs Road. This is not just providing roads for beef, but for also there for safety. I lost two of my good friends in car accidents, both on the May Downs Road, and that is sort of community from Rockhampton to the Bowen Basin. And this group not only there has looked at the industry, but this is providing safer roads for our community, and I think that's why it's got to be commended, and probably didn't get the media and the advantages of what it is to the greater Central Queensland community. Also would like to highlight the Jericho to Blackwell Road. That was one of the first actual work that we did with the Western Councils in supporting what they saw was a very important road. That road is fully sealed now, And what that means to Rockhampton is that it makes it more viable to send cattle to our meatworks, to our sale yards, than to Toowoomba. And that was just Rockhampton Regional Council working in collaboration with the Western Councils. Then there's also the Tambo to Alpha Road. Now that one is a very important link for Rockhampton because that beef is currently around Tambo and to the south of Tambo. It is more viable to send it to Toowoomba. The sealing of the last sections of that road will mean that, again, we have actually got access to more beef, which means there's more jobs in Rockhampton. So I think this is a win-win, but just adding that it's also the safety of those users of the roads, and they're going to be more families with their loved ones because of the work that this group has done. So I commend that.
Thanks, Councillor Fisher. And Councillor, in the information bulletin, you'll see the map of the roads that the Beef Corridors Group are working on, and in our patch, the $40 million that we're seeking. Credit to say that we've already received 25 million of that, 20 through the federal government and 5 through council. But there's a further 15 million for the Alton Downs Ridgeland Road upgrade as well. Again, for those people that use that corridor, it's a great improvement, one that's well and truly needed. So we're still seeking that funding, and it's one that will, through this group, hopefully be successful in that. And again, it probably ties into the previous report about the food bowl and what that can produce there going forward as well. So a lot of these things all tie in with one another, and it's a great benefit to see that that type of funding is starting to come through to our council. So that said, I'm happy to move. Seek a seconder. Seconded Councillor Fisher. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors.
Moving on to 10.6, the minor change to the development permit for a material change of use, residential care facility, retirement facility and community use. Thank you, Amanda. The facility's already there. It's not like it's going to be removed and sold on at another point in time. Okay, thank you. Councillors, any questions to Amanda in regards to that one? Councillor Mathers, would you like to move?
Yeah, happy to move. Thanks very much,
Councillor Mathers, seconded Councillor Wickerson. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. And we move on to 10.7, the development application material change use for utility installation waste management service.
Thanks, Doug.
Doug, that was a great effort, and thanks very much, Amanda.
Yeah. Is this mine as well? Yes, okay. We received a development application to establish a utility installation, which is a waste management service located in Leichhardt Street. They primarily sort building construction waste into separate waste streams for recycling. The business hires out skip bins for an agreed period of time before being collected and returned to site for sorting. Non-recoverable materials will be transported to a licensed waste disposal facility for disposal, and recyclable materials are transported to a recycling facility. The proposer operations will not be accepting or managing any general waste. There it is located on Leichhardt Street there. The application was supported by an environmental report. The environmental report also identifies the proposal will require an environmental relevant activity approvals to be obtained separately through the Department of Environment and Science. So there'll be two that will need to be obtained through them, and that's mechanical waste reprocessing and resource recovery and transfer facility. They will be providing conditions, further conditions around the operation of the use under those approvals. The site is located in a low-impact industry zone. Therefore, the application was subject to public notification, and we received one submission. The submission is directly across the road. Submitter, was received directly across the road from the site. The site, the submitter identified some issues which, as per my report, have all been addressed. The proposed development doesn't conflict with the framework in the planning scheme and generally complies with all the requirements in the applicable codes in the scheme. Therefore, we're recommending it for approval, subject to the conditions outlined in my report.
Okay, thanks very much, Amanda. Councillors, questions to Amanda on that application? Councillor Kirkland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I mean, obviously there's a precedent already set with the existing businesses that are out there, so I don't necessarily have an issue with the application at all. I'm just asking a question, if I may, around the roads and the maintenance of the roads around Sturton, around Leichhardt there. I know that currently they are quite degraded on occasion, certainly on the edges from people around accessing different services there. Are there any requirements within the application for them to be contributing towards the repair of those roads, because they are seriously impacted by the heavy vehicles and that sort of thing around that are using the road? So is there any provision in there for that?
No, through the chair. The application, you would have noticed if you've been past the site, it's got no curb and channel, and there's a lot of gravel and everything out on the road. So we have conditioned, as per the requirement of the scheme, to upgrade or not upgrade, but seal all that and construct the curb and channel as part of the approval. They're also required to undertake that work slightly around the bend to Sturt Street as well, to tidy that whole frontage up and that whole area up. But yeah, there's no requirement under the scheme for them to undertake any additional works unless the traffic impact assessment indicated otherwise, which there was nothing that indicated any additional works would be required as a result of their development.
Okay, so no contributions to the ongoing maintenance of those roads. They'll just be putting them in and then using them, and if they fail, then that's up to ratepayers to foot the bill to fix that. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Thanks, Councillor Kirkland. Councillor, any further questions to that report? Could I seek a mover and a seconder with regards to... Move Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Smith. We'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Amanda. Moving on to item 10.8, the 2021-22 Operation Quarterly Progress Report. Lisa, we might hand that over to you, please. Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and councillors. So this report is reporting on Council's progress delivering its 21-22 operational plan actions for Q3. The contents of the report, which is set out in attachment 1, councillors would be familiar with it, so it provides that high-level summary of council's key focus areas as well as the major capital projects. It also gives summaries in relation to each of the portfolio areas. The attachment also contains the traffic light table, which highlights whether council is on track or not on track in relation to delivering the actions contained in the operational plan. The report also sets out an update on the delivery of the performance plans for each of council's business units. And councillors, also you will note this report seeks an amendment to the operational plan in relation to the meters of the construction of footpaths. This was highlighted the last time this report was presented in relation to Q2. Peter isn't here, but I'm sure he will be and can speak to that if there's any questions in relation to that proposed amendment. So the layout this morning of the presentation is consistent with what we've done in the past. We'll call on relevant officers and general managers to each provide an overview in relation to their portfolio areas. First off this morning will be Damon to give an overview of Office of the Mayor.
Thanks very much, Alyssa. Thanks, Damon.
Thanks, Alyssa. Good morning, Mr Mayor, councillors. Pleased to provide Council with an update in relation to the Q3 as it relates to the Office of Mayor within the Office of CEO Department. During this period, a significant body of work has been undertaken in relation to Council's advocacy priorities and initiatives. That work included making a submission to the Australian Government in advance of the 2022 federal budget, of which Council will note an announcement was made by the Government in support of a commitment for funding towards the Glenroy Crossing and associated road upgrades, which has been a priority project of Council over a number of years, so obviously a positive outcome there for our region. Work also continued during the period in relation to the current federal election campaign, obviously looking at meeting and advocating for those endorsed priority projects and initiatives of Council with those candidates, for which a number of announcements have been made in the recent campaign, and for which in the next 2 weeks in the lead up to the conclusion of the campaign we'll continue to look to seek bipartisan commitment to a number of those priorities. There's also been a body of work that's been undertaken to support Mayor and councillors in relation to some of those broader priorities as it relates to the northern suburbs, the Queensland Local Government Grants Commission, review of the allocation methodology for federal assistance grants, and also in relation to the long-term water security solution for the Mount Morgan community. For the executive support team, of significance during the reporting period was the 2022 Australia Day Awards, for which Jennifer Hilcher was announced the Citizen of the Year, and also for the official opening of the new Rockhampton Museum of Art. The one action item in the traffic light report that Council may note that is currently not on track relates to endorsement of Council's Reconciliation Action Plan. Further to those recent discussions that we've had with Council, we'll now seek to undertake and convene some meetings with traditional owner groups and elders of our traditional owner groups, to be able to outline some future steps in relation to progressing that matter. But happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Damon. Councillors, questions to that report? Nothing from that. Thanks very much, Damon.
Thank you. So we will now hand over to Alicia Cutler to provide a summary of our Community Services Department.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. I've got your frog, Alyssa. So, from Community's perspective, there's been many successes to report, the most significant of which, and Damon mentioned it, is the opening of the Rockhampton Museum of Art. So the opening event was wonderful and well attended. Since opening, we've had 17,000 visitations through that gallery, which is awesome, and plenty of positive feedback around the facility, as well as the exhibitions. My thanks goes to Damon, John Webb and Jonathan as well, because the added extras that, I guess those finishing touches and those pieces around opening of a civic building was very eye-opening from my perspective, and to pull such a successful event together was great teamwork and very well done. Thank you. Continuing the theme of cultural events, the Jersey Boys was partly staged in March, was very well attended and had great reviews. Unfortunately, COVID meant the second week could not be staged, but we're rescheduled that to happen later this month. It's great to see the majority of COVID restrictions now removed, and you see that as a theme both in terms of visitation in our report, the visitation numbers, as well as many of those programs being recommenced. In addition, we've got a lot of those community events being re-established because now people can book those events with some confidence. Our portable CCTV cameras have arrived and been temporarily engaged. The remaining discussion with Council is, with the demand for the cameras so high, is the way in which we'll prioritise the cameras in the region. So I'll have that discussion with you, councillors. There's been substantial progress with designs around the Botanic Gardens and Zoo project, and we will see the playground commencing construction very soon. A lot of also smaller capital projects that are being managed in communities and asset facility space, you'll see those coming to completion. On the environmental strategy, Christine's done a lot of consultation both with you and the wider leadership of Council, and is looking to bring a revised strategy to you in a workshop, not this financial year, but like the 4th of July. Okay, so councillors, that brings me to, I've been absent, being unwell and sort of a couple of short weeks, and if I look in our report, Communities has got all green lights. But for full disclosure, I'd probably let you know that there's 2 items that will probably not be completed this year. One is the service delivery statement for parks. I've got a report coming to Communities next week. We'll certainly open the discussions and provide you with some information, but that aspect won't be completed, and I would suggest will feature in our next operational plan as well. The other one, councillors, is our tree planting strategy. In Angus's team, who is not here, they have done a lot of that lead work, but it's just not at that point that it'll be ready and done before the end of financial year. So probably, and sorry Alyssa, I haven't had a chance to catch you, but just flag that those ones won't actually be, should more be orange or red. Any questions, councillors?
Councillor Wickerson. Thanks, Alicia.
Yep, thanks, Mr Mayor. Just really some comments, and thanks, Alicia, for you and your team's efforts on that. On the weekends, very lucky to be able to go along to 2 events with Councillor Kirkland. I think of both of those 2, the Multicultural Taste of the World Fair, which was, I think the attendance was down a bit, but I think the quality of it was excellent. So that's sort of a growing event, and even there was some competing events on the same weekend. All up, it was well enjoyed by everyone there. But then afterwards, I had to race straight out to Heritage Village for our first Mother's Day Twilight Markets. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the first one we've been able to run as council running it, not as other individuals.
And the weather.
And the weather, we had a few false starts with previous ones over that had to be sadly abandoned. But for the first one that we ran, attendances were through the roof. I think the last time I checked the numbers, it was like 3,000 plus, I think, through the gate, which was just incredible. I got the chance to speak to a few of the stall holders. It was their first time at the event, and they were just wrapped in it, and they were very keen to come back for some more. So that's good that we're getting new people coming in, as well as some of the previous market holders too. Got a chance to chat to some of the volunteers. They're all very excited to be back in action again. So all up, I think, huge success, and thanks to the team and everyone that's made that happen. So huge effort behind the scenes, I know, to pull all that together for an inaugural event, basically, for us to do. So, yeah, well done.
I think the works, I hear, and I was unable to attend, but I'm hearing great feedback from those markets, and the lights, that twilight concept worked really well.
I think the whole principle of the hot climate and moving that is, it's paying off in spades, I think. So it'd be good to see that progress further forward. But thanks, Councillor Wickerson. Councillor Kirkland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Echoing everything that Councillor Wickerson has just said, and also one of the things that stood out to me talking to the stall holders were, you know, sometimes we go and there's so many stalls like that, you think that they've come from farther afield, but honestly, I don't think I found any that were not from our local area. And it was just a real joy to see locals buying from locals and supporting what were a lot of those stalls starting up as a result, or gaining their momentum as a result of those COVID lockdowns and everything. And so everyone definitely resounded with what Councillor Wickerson has said. They were pleased that the markets were happening and looking forward to the next one. Though it looks like it's going to be a little chilly in July, so that
may well be.
That might be a little cool. I did have a question for you, Alicia, just to clarify. The report that we've got in front of us does have a number of red dots. You're saying it was all green lights, and you're just saying that because you were away, they are in fact green and not...
No, Councillor, sorry for that. For the communities actioned projects, they are all showing green.
Okay.
So I'm just speaking to the community actions.
Yeah.
But there's those two, which is the service delivery statement for parks and the service standard review. That should be read.
Okay, all right, thank you, just needed that to be clarified.
Sorry. Yep.
Okay, councillors, there are no further questions to the community section there. Back to Alicia. Alyssa.
Thank you, Alicia. Next, we will have the Deputy CEO discuss the Corporate Services Department.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ross.
It's gone flat. Finished. It's working, okay. Couldn't see the light, sorry. Yeah, from corporate services perspective, been a particularly busy quarter, I guess, particularly around budget, and as council will be aware, they've been fairly heavily involved in that, and more today in that space. There's that also Northern Suburbs has taken up a fair bit of time in that world as well. So, and you know, once again, councils be across the work that's happening there. Passenger numbers continue to be increasing steady. There's been a bit of a dip and up and dip again, and then sort of back up again this quarter. But we're seeing an increase. Whether we hit the budget target is probably a little bit unknown. Where we are from a budget perspective, probably still balancing off with the reduction in costs. So the budget itself looking good. The passenger numbers, as of last couple of weeks, they have been noticing the increase, particularly through the sales in the cafes, which is a good early indicator of how the numbers are going. So, and you've probably also get the feel as well that the airports, etc., opening up. I think Brisbane had its largest day about 2 weeks ago, the largest day in 2 years of passenger numbers. I think people are just generally talking about have been through both Brisbane and Sydney airports, so it's really busy, so there's good signs there, so we'll keep monitoring that. On airport, the Alliance Hangar is progressing well. Always has these big complex projects. We have some little teething things as we go along, but nothing that's big red flags as yet. So I'm not sure whether councils have been out there. You would have seen that's a big area that's being worked on. It's a massive project. So, but going along well. Overall, the customer calls have seen an increase. The team have put a significant effort in increasing those customer calls. Earlier in the year, I think money's 40-odd% we were achieving. 75% was our target. We're down to 40%. Overall for the year, we've got that back to 60%. For the quarter, there was about 20-odd thousand calls, of which they achieved a 78%. So they just made target this quarter. But and in the report, it does say how we've actually, some things we've actually done to go about to achieve those improvements. So, so that's good. By and large, you would have also seen the operational budget reports come through, or the total budget reports come through each month. They're pretty much on track for 21-22. The downside, of course, is, as you see, we do have a couple of red flags through our reports there. A lot of them are in the strategy world where we've actually started work, but we haven't quite got to the deadline dates, or we won't think we'll meet those deadline dates, but work is still progressing in that space, so we will have to just revise those deadlines. We'll keep an eye on those as we go along. And the other pleasing one, of course, is that when I say pleasing, we do set a high standard for our paying our creditors on time. 90%, we're at 89%, which we do try to make 7-day payments. Most places are 30 days, so we do set a high bar there, but still fairly comfortable on that. It sort of wavers around that mark. Mr Mayor, that's generally a general view of corporate. Happy to take any questions if there's any.
Okay, thanks, Ross. Councillors, any questions to Ross's report? Part of that? That's all good, thank you. Alyssa?
Thank you, Ross. Peter Coford now is online, and he will talk in relation to regional services.
Thanks very much, Peter. we hope.
Or not. We might jump then to Greg to provide his overview in relation to Advance Rockhampton, and we'll chase Peter in the meantime.
I think that's cool if I was in the American Parliament filibustering, I think, Elizabeth. But I'll give it a go. From the Advanced Rockhampton and Economic Development side of things, a couple of red lights. I'll start with a couple of red lights. There's the Zoo and Gardens marketing and activation strategy, of which our team is working with Aaron Pont's team. It's delayed purely because the whole Zoo and Gardens plan has just pushed back, as we all know from conversations in this chamber. So there's no use rushing into a marketing and activation strategy until we get to a stage where we know exactly what we're doing there. So let's not throw money away until it's time then to actually do it properly. And the second one is the investment attraction and jobs pipeline strategy, also in the same boat. It needs to follow on from our economic development strategy, which is on track. It's going to be tight to fit into this financial year, but it is on track. So, it will follow on from that again. Didn't want to throw money away in this financial year for something that wasn't ready for the sake of it. So those are the two red lights that sit in there under Advanced Rockhampton. From a positive point of view, another big quarter for Rockhampton and the economic development space. Some challenges coming over this next quarter. We do have a number of staff movements. One part of having a vibrant region is also that there's plenty of jobs for people to go to. So we're not really losing people out of region, but we're also not gaining too many. So it's a challenge both for Council, Advanced Rockhampton and for the market in general, is that talent and housing availability. But some positives, 3 great tourism campaigns in Ride Rocky, It's Rad, Curb Your Caravan and Barra Season, It's Back Baby. I don't come up with these, by the way. I only approve them. But, they're great campaigns. Some great events, as we know, Australia Day and the Great Australian Bites. Preparation, because we are now hitting our busiest quarter of events, and we're heading into Rocky Nats, as we know. Rocky Nats just passed, into Rocky River Run, into the Rocky Show, and then straight into the Polo as well, and then Capricorn to follow that. So it is our busiest period for preparations in those events. From Ag and Water, you heard a lot about Ag and Water. A lot of work in that Rookwood Weir space, and I know a number of you councillors attended the event last week. That was at least the culmination of some great work from that Ag and Water team. CNA and Food Bowl, you heard about that. CQLX, what a great announcement we saw just recently from the federal government. Hopefully that all comes to fruition. We've all been out there for a look. That roofing of the facility would be a great asset for us, fit nicely into our beef corridors work and all roads leading to Central Queensland and Rockhampton. From an energy point of view, it's great for us all to have now re-engaged, let's put it that way, with Stanwell and start to really look at what their future looks like as well. So those 2 visits out there over past months have been fantastic. From a resource construction point of view, we've engaged in the Bowen Basin Mining Club. We're getting ready for QME with Queensland Mining Expo, developing Northern Australia. And for those that don't know, I think you all pretty much have met Mary Ryan, our new Economic Development Manager, who took over from Graham Shepherd. So Mary was with us for about 5 weeks, and then she had a pre-arranged holiday back to Ireland. So we'll see her hopefully back here in a couple of weeks' time, and she'll be able to get her teeth right into that resource construction space. From a defence point of view, we've had a lot of conversations about that. That capability statement is now ready for further discussion, and the Mayor will speak to the Chamber more about that as we go forward. I'll keep going. From a sustainability point of view, e-scooters, wouldn't be a meeting without me talking about e-scooters, but just to throw that number out there again, 8,000 e-scooter rides over the 3 days of Rocky Nats. They continue to grow. We quite regularly now on a Saturday hit over 2,000 rides on a Saturday. Just from a sustainability angle alone, but also that mobility and connectivity, so important. And, it's throwing the water taxi just from that point of view as well. These things are all about part of our sustainability policy, part of our mobility policy along the way. And I'll finish with, we won, if you don't remember, I'd like to remind everyone because we go back a quarter, we did win that gold award for the Best Trails app with the Grey Nomads at the Grey Nomads Awards. So if you haven't downloaded that app on your telephone, please do so. The Explore Rockhampton app, that's the award winner. So it's always great to win an award, but that's just to put us up in lights. So I suppose from my point of view, the rest are either green or blue lights. There was just those couple of red ones there.
Okay, thanks very much, Greg.
Thank you.
Again, a lot of work in that space, and it is putting Rocky on everyone's radar, and I think that's the proof's in the pudding now. We're starting to see the benefits of that. People starting to talk about our region, and it's all in great and glowing terms. So we want to make sure we maintain that going forward, and those events help attract people coming to our town. We've just got to have the budget to do it, so we'll work around that as well. Thanks very much for that, Greg, and for your team, pass on our thanks.
Thank you. So now we will cross to Peter, if he's online, to talk in relation to regional services.
We'll give it one more crack. I'm not sure whether we're able to catch Peter this morning. It's a bit... he may have...
We might have to improvise for regional services.
Evan, are you across?
I think Ross...
Yes, there I am. Yeah, I'm across it all, man. Probably I'll be happy to take some questions, man.
Questions, councillors, anything there from Peter? Otherwise, if we haven't got Peter's report, it looks like we haven't, we could take those questions on note, and we'll deal with that as we go forward. So, Alyssa, we might hold over on those ones, but I'm sure if councillors have got questions to Peter, we can deal with them through our normal process. But that said, fantastic report and a great way to capture the whole organisation, and those managers providing that information, and through that report is something there that gives us a snapshot of what happens in the whole organisation going forward. And again, that's only very high level, and a lot more work done by our staff and in their community. So it's great to see that getting an understanding of that and having that information provided is fantastic. So, councillors, I'm happy to move as per the officer's recommendation. Seek a seconder. Deputy Mayor Councillor Fisher. There's no further questions. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Alyssa. And again, a lot of work involved in putting that report together, and thank you for that. Moving on, Councillor, that brings us to the end of our officers' reports. We have a number of notices of motions, and Councillor Smith, we have a late one from yourself as well. Councillors, we might deal with item, as we go through item 11.1, notice of motion from Councillor Shane Latcham, authority to go to the waste management report. Sorry, councillors, we've chased Peter around everywhere, every nook and cranny, and he finally found him, but unfortunately we've moved on from that report, so again, we can take those questions offline to Peter as we go forward. So we'll go back to item 11.1, the notice of motion, Councillor Shane Latcham, authorisation to the Waste Management Action Committee, Lawmac Travel. I'm happy to move as recommended. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Smith. Any speakers? Put those in favour. Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Similar notice of motion, Councillor Neil Fisher, Local Authority Waste Management Action Committee Travel, 11.2. Again, I'm happy to move as recommended.
Mr. Mayor, just a little anomaly. I had to postpone our waste strategy workshop that was to be this Thursday and Friday, just on advice as to the possible severe weather events coming. So, is it okay to approve it at a date that will be confirmed?
Yeah, we can.
We could do it.
Or you could use the same second paragraph as you did for Councillor Latcham, if you like. No, well, see, I've got two sections in mind. Okay. The first one needs to be approved. Just that. Yeah, I think if you just cut out the dates. Yep. So. Management Committee Strategic Plan Workshop, and full stop it there.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. Can I also, Mr. Chairman?
We might seek a mover and a seconder first before we speak to that, Councillor. So I'm happy to move. Councillor Wickerson seconded. Speakers for.
Mr. Mayor, one of the little anomalies that came up with the seeking travel approval was where you're appointed as council delegate to an organisation outside council.
Councillor, it may not be relevant to the recommendation. If there's a question, we may
question afterwards.
After
okay, yes.
Rather than trying to confuse the recommendation with this one.
Mr Mayor, may I ask a question?
Councillor Kirkland?
Is it possible to just, is that workshop like a quarterly workshop, or can we just determine, give it a little bit more of a definitive as to which workshop it is? Is it like a monthly workshop for May, or is it a quarterly
Biannual
workshop?
or
Just to add on to the end of that point too.
So our executive workshops are every 2 months.
So bi-monthly, for the bi-monthly,
Yeah.
yeah. Just mindful that for each time Councillor Fisher's wanting to go away, he has to do this process, yeah.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to ask you. That
It should have been captured in the original motion, councillor, if that was a further dot point, if you wanted to add that.
it really, I think I wanted to just get this, so it was just tidied up. I was keen to get this tidied up, but I was going to ask a question then after this motion, just about that particular issue, Mr Mayor.
We might deal with this motion, councillors, and then we can talk about a further position on that. Move Councillor Fisher, seconded Councillor Wickerson. Speakers for, you've spoken to it, councillor. Any speakers?
Yeah,
okay, right. I move Councillor Wickerson, seconded. Speaker for, any speakers against the motion? I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor, we'll take your question in questions, if that's okay.
Okay, yep.
We move on to Councillor Smith, has a notice of motion, late notice of motion as well, that Councillor Smith be approved to attend the Bowen Binding luncheon on Thursday, 26th of May. You happy to move, Councillor Smith? Seek a seconder. Move Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Fisher. Did you wish to speak to the motion?
Oh, just to apologise for my late notice of motion. I just think it's important that we're supporting these events, especially our businesses that deal with the mines, which we have many in Parkhurst and Gracemere as well that attend these functions. And I just think we've done a lot of work in that space in the last 10 years that I know of, that I've been supporting that Bowen Basin Mining Club. So, yeah, just I'm happy to represent council at this function.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Smith. Any speakers against the motion? No speakers against the motion. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Yet again, it's again I echo the comments there, Councillor Smith. My first attendance at those meetings, Rockhampton, wasn't on anyone's lips, or it was strange to see someone from Rockhampton attend. Now it's a given that that we're represented there. So and the reference to Rockhampton Regional Council throughout those presentations quite high, and that support is captured there. Councillor Kirkland, comment?
Mr Mayor, I'd like to echo what you say there, definitely, and it's wonderful. I'd like to congratulate Councillor Fisher and certainly Councillor Latcham, who carry the torch and represent us when they go away to these events. I think that's commendable. Obviously, we can't always go to these events. We've got lots of local responsibilities that we need to make sure that we attend as well. So for this particular meeting that councillors are attending, I am unable to attend and would like for you to extend my apologies if you would, please, Councillor Fisher. We 100% support the resource sector and we'd like for them to know that.
Thanks, Councillor.
And Councillor Smith.
Yeah, and I think we just all need to bear in mind if there's ways that we can zoom in on some of those meetings if possible, just bearing about our budget position. But if we've got some representation there, it's great. Thank you, Councillor Kirkland. Okay, councillors, we're moving on to urgent business and questions. Councillor Fisher, did you wish to raise that matter?
Yes, and then I've got another one as well.
Okay.
What was found when we amended our travel policy at the previous council meeting was this anomaly where councillors are appointed to a statutory body or another organisation at the start of the year, was that we have got an obligation to attend as long as what it is I'm just wondering whether we could have ask for a further amendment that as long as we keep to our travel budget, that where we're appointed as a council representative, that we haven't not burdening the meetings and the minutes of actually seeking to have that travel approval. That it's, if you're, as my case, member of LawMac, that that is, and we've got those
Thanks,
meeting
Councillor
dates.
Fisher. So, Councillors, has anyone got any concerns with that? And if probably open the floor to that, and then we can talk through it as we go forward. Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. No, I support Councillor Fisher's motion. The original, because I moved that original motion, I think it was all budget-based, so as long as it's within budget and Council's pre-approved various representatives on those, I think that was the intent of it, so if that was an anomaly, I'm happy to tidy that up.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'm not sure we need a motion to deal with it today. I think we bring the policy back to do.
Sorry if I could. This is just appointments to organisations or entities council approved, not portfolio travel?
No.
Okay. Right.
Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Yeah, look, I don't see too much of an issue with that. I suppose my major concern with the travel is purely and simply budget-based in the position that we're in. So I suppose, and if I can use LawMac for an example, because that's what we're talking about here today. The only thing that I struggle with a little bit, and obviously I'm still trying to get my head around, how the whole lot of it works, but is that in regards to, obviously, yourself goes, a council officer goes as well, and then Councillor Latcham because it's his portfolio. So I understand that, but I also look at it and sort of thinking, well, we're using the resources of, that's 3 council representatives going to, going to the one event, and I'm just wondering whether that's an efficient way to be using our manpower and also the funds that are available, that are required for that. So I'm not anti anyone going. I'm just saying I think we need to be mindful moving forward of how many representatives, council representatives, do we need at one event. That's all I wanted to get across.
Yeah, no, I think that's important. I'll let Councillor Fisher reply. And again, I think we need to bear in mind our budget and how things can possibly happen over, via Teams and Skype as well, those other options that are available. Not every meeting needs to be attended where there's other options that you could possibly do that. But I'll let Councillor Fisher respond to that question.
Yes, Mr Mayor. The LawMac executive, actually, Michael O'Keefe and myself are both members of the 11-person executive. So we were appointed by council at the start of this term. I have become the chair of the organisation, but with what the LawMac meetings are and the way they're sort of structured, each meeting, we have 4 of those a year. We have one day there where there's presentations of reports, and as you would have seen in the councillor information guide, was just the reports that were presented. Now, these are quite often with both myself and Michael, we're also having executive meetings. The executive also have Teams meetings. They're getting way too early. Quite often now we're doing them at like 6 o'clock in the morning so that we can all be there, but we have regular Teams meetings. Our executive meetings and executive workshops as to the Constitution are in person, and also the LawMac meetings. Our next one is in Livingston, and I would like, not only we're going to issue an invite for the CEO and Peter to attend, and the Mayor, but would also, I'll seek there that we also ask the councillors if they would like to attend, to just see what a LawMac meeting is. Councillor Latcham's role is that he does present the reports on behalf of Rockhampton, but probably looking at some of the successes that we've had so far. And these are probably things that, I take great pride in, because when I took over as chair, we were averaging 35 people to a meeting. they were very based on low community issues. We've taken LawMac to being where it's a strategic organisation that we feed information to the ROCs and feed information into the councils. Now, some of the successes is never before has regional Queensland had trials for various waste studies. Now, the FOGO trials, state government had always, they were focused on South East Queensland, to actually have Townsville and Rockhampton be selected, as well as Ipswich and the Lockyer Valley. Just shows that we have actually gained that respect to the state. We've also now, we're a peak body for our industry. That means there that we have the opportunity to sit at the policy table. Not like in 2019 and those councils that were here, just that dramatic difference. We had to change our waste policy. We had to do it and in a way there that was done with so much speed because we didn't know what the policy was going to be like. We weren't involved in the policy. And just to the credit of everyone sitting at the table and our officers, we were able to put a waste policy in before to actually just flow with the state's waste policy at that time. We could have the opportunity now where we're actually sitting and giving information and feeding that information into the policy, which is going to only improve regional Queensland and our ability. The other area is that we're also there getting that acknowledgement that Queensland has two separate parts of the community. The large populations and short distances of South East Corner, and then regional Queensland that has large distances to travel and small communities, that we've got to be able to work a waste solution, a recycling solution and a resource recovery solution to a small population and a large distance. And now we're having, where we're getting now the managers and senior staff of DES coming and participating in our meetings. They are understanding what we're doing. And I think that that's where having myself and Michael and also having the chair, we're actually providing and probably saving in the long term a lot of money in that policy development. I could keep going on, Mr Mayor, but I think if that sort of gives a bit of a snapshot.
Councillor Wickerson, did you want to
just a comment and query, Mr Mayor, and with huge respect, just wanted to commend Councillor Fisher's passion and ongoing contribution to that whole LawMac establishment. I'm just wondering, though, is there a succession plan? I mean, I imagine your role initially as chair was as chair of waste here in Rockhampton. We've had a bit of a reshuffle of portfolios. In my case, I had environment and was actively involved in a number of committees with a transition to a different structural arrangement. I've withdrawn somewhat from that, still assistant chair, and there for backup. So I'm just wondering, moving forward, next AGMs or whatever, is there a succession plan where maybe that might be handed to Councillor Latcham, who's chair locally here, with full understanding of your passion and contribution to it, Councillor?
Good question. I actually gave my letter of resignation to the executive before I had undertaken treatment last year, and they rejected it and asked if I could sort of stay on board, and then basically to oversee as we've become a standalone organisation. And that I didn't set out to be the executive or to be the president of LawMac. It was kind of the last man standing at the last election. The fallout of the waste policy on council saw almost every waste committee chairman in regional Queensland actually lose their council seat in the last election, and I was the only one standing. So that's how I came about it. And then, look, I'm not going to be there for 10 years or anything like that. the moment. So I'll see out this term, and then put that for the next stage. But I have, Mr. Chair, I do thank Councillor Smith for taking over the responsibilities for the resource industry. I've cut back that, and I've also sort of pulled back from doing the Western engagement, just so that I've got time to devote to yourself.
And that's probably the other
lawmaker.
thing, Councillor, and I appreciate that. I think we need to be mindful that we have our own needs and representation that we need to have. So be very mindful if we have a number of people going off to other things, that we focus on where we need to be and what we're elected to do before we move outside of our own council boundaries. So and that's where you may be able to Skype into meetings or put apologies in, and maybe not everyone goes. So just be mindful, councillors, about that position, because we don't want to have reduction in attendance at our meetings that are critical for us moving forward in this time. Okay, councillors, there's a recommendation there. If you just take time to go through that and see if that's okay, then I'd call for a mover and a seconder with regards to that, and we can move on to our items in closed session, councillors. Moved Councillor Fisher, seconded Councillor Wickerson.
Councillor Wickerson was the original policy proposal, I think. Yeah.
Moved Councillor Wickerson, seconded Councillor Smith. Speakers for the recommendation? Speakers against? I'll put the recommendation. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Councillor Fisher. Councillors, we have a number of items to be dealt with in closed session, and we'll need to move. I'll just get the wording up there. That the meeting moved in closed session to the public to discuss the following items that are considered confidential in accordance with section 254J brackets 3 of the Local Government Regulations 2012 for the reasons indicated. 15.1 Rockhampton Ring Road project, compulsory acquisition of land. 15.2 a legal matter, and 15.3 2022-23 budget briefing. Councillors, could I seek a mover? Seconded with that one. Moved Councillor Wickerson, seconded Councillor Mathers. I'll put that. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously, and that we move into... Yep. Oh, yeah, we should call for a... sorry, before we move into closed session, we'll call for a recess, councillors, as it's getting close to 10:30. I had an interview at 7:30 this morning, so my mind's all over the place. But councillors, if I could seek a mover and a seconder that we have a 20-minute recess. Move Councillor Kirkland, seconded Councillor Wickerson for a recess for 20 minutes. I'll put that. Those in favour, those opposed, thank you. And then we'll come back. We'll come back and move into closed session. Thank you.
Everybody's swimming.
that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine, everybody join the front line.
Okay, thank you, councillors. We've had a break and toilet break and able to grab a coffee and a cup of tea. That said, we'll resume the meeting. Could I seek a mover and a second that we resume the council meeting? Moved Councillor Fisher, seconded Councillor Smith. I'll move that. Those in favour? The motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. And councillors, at the meeting that we move into closed session now. And I'll happy to move that and seek a seconder. Councillor Mathers put that. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We'll close the doors and.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine, everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine, everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
and downs. I want to see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I want to see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, item 15.1, the Rockhampton Ring Road project, compulsory acquisition of council land. offers a recommendation that the coordinator of property and insurance be authorised to proceed with the outline as outlined in the report. Could I seek a mover and a second with regards to that recommendation? Move Councillor Mathers, seconded Councillor Wickerson. I'll put that. Those in favour? Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Moving on to 15.2, the legal matter that the authorise the CEO, Coordinator of Legal and Governance to do all the things necessary on behalf of Council to give effect to the steps outlined in this report. And item 2, resolve that as per section 257 of the Local Government 2009 Act, to delegate to the CEO powers to exercise the powers to contain within the delegation register. Local Government Act 2009 fulfil all steps outlined in the report. I'm happy to move as recommended and seconded by Deputy Mayor Councillor Fisher. We'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And item 15.3, the 2022-23 budget briefing, that Council received the information associated with the briefing report for the 22-23 as presented. Again, I'm happy to move. Seek a seconder. Councillor Smith. I'll put that. Those in favour? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillor, there be no further business on the agenda today. I thank you all for your participation and the officers with their reports, and I'll close the meeting. Thank you.
Go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.